I'm just doing some social media stuff before I actually get working. Ay, ay, ay. Gosh darn app. Dude. This fucking thing. Jesus. Stop. Holy shit. Okay. Part 24. What up, Finn? Just tell me you made a thumbnail before starting this. Thumbnails? No. I'm doing the thumbnail right now. I just kind of skipped the thumbnail part because I will sketch the thumbnail and then I'll just keep, you know, I'll just sketch over it, you know? So, yes, okay, so I make the thumbnail and then I just use the thumbnail to ink on top. Yes, that's it. I used to, you know, I've always done it like that, but I used to have more of a distinction. Like I would do the thumbnail, you know, I would do the strip as a thumbnail, and then I would come in and sketch on top a proper sketch. And then I was like, what about I put a little bit more time into the thumbnail and then I just skip the sketch. But it just takes time to get to that. It's still very difficult sometimes to do it like that with, you know, certain poses and such. That is a technique that you will see very often people do. The thumbnail is as just a sketch, especially in comic book making. It's like almost the gold standard. Cookie, my boy! My boy! Hello? That's just built different. Plain rectangles and just build on it. Yeah. I guess it also depends on how are you feeling that particular day, because sometimes I can't do it, you know, sometimes I need my sketches refined. Man, I have not drawn Skylark in over a month, so I'm feeling rusty. Although I was feeling rusty when I stopped, that's why I stopped. Yeah, it's been a good break, I will say. Good to be back. But it was a good break. I really needed a little bit of distance from work. I was planning on doing more of other things, you know, and I ended up not doing pretty much anything. I worked for the first week of the break and then I just stopped. Did some commission drawing here and there. Wish I had done more, but you know, I feel like I really did need to just stop for a little bit. It's the boy, it's me. Sticking to the rectangles because I don't know what format to go for. Drawing the Bloodborne looking Rangers, yeah, I really like them. I understand the Bloodborne comparison. I mean, they do look like the default Bloodborne character. Um, and sadly, I've heard it so much that I forgot their original reference a little bit. Because originally they were, I saw, like, I always liked the Bloodborne character design, but then I saw Brotherhood of the Wolf, and seeing it on actual clothes was even better. But then and that was like already like pushing me to that design. But then I saw something else, and I can't remember what it was that just made me think, okay, this is it. That's the look. And I just can't remember what it was. It was something where the neck was also just that high, like up to the nose, and God, I just can't remember what it was. What is this guy wearing? I don't remember what this guy's clothes look like anymore. Right, it's something like this. I'm opening Skylark on my phone because it's been a while. Kaylee, the potato. Very good French movie. Very good movie. Okay, yeah, no, I pretty much got it. Let me pull up the script. Alright, good luck. Stay safe. Don't let those patients get the better of you. Beat them up. Beat them up. Man, I don't know where my hand should. I don't know what my hand should be doing. It's been a while. I did this. This is the second strip of the episode, and I was doing some last night, and just my hands were so spastic, and I just didn't know what line should go where. That they were just like sketching like this. It looked like an etch a sketch. Okay, let's rethink this. What is the angle here? Mm. I don't like it. Hold on. Hmm. Let me think. Hmm. I'm having a real brain to hand disconnect here, where I'm seeing the poses, but I can't quite put them on the page. Hmm. Hmm. I feel like inspiration is required. Let me see if I can look up something useful here. When in doubt, reference. Hello, Lynn. Hello. Long time no type. Oh yes, long time no type. Welcome back. Good to be back. I did. I had my whole tooth replaced. It was a very painful experience. But you know, had it done, you know, all good now. It's actually better than it was. Cuz the instead of going with the shape of the tooth, nah, it's not a gold tooth. Um Instead of going with the shape of the tooth, it went with the shape that would better fit my jaw. So it's actually better than it was because it was all the way back in the back of my mouth. Painted gold, it's all the way in the back. I don't know how I would paint. I don't know if I can get a brush back there. I'll tell you what. I'll paint one of the ones in the front gold. That way people can see it. But I had this awkward space between my teeth in all the way in the back, you know, and couldn't fix it with braces because it was too far back. So that's where the tooth kind of like went to shit, right? Because I had my I had my 2 molars with a space here in the back, and I had a little piece of bone stuck here and pushed in and just broke this. So I had to have a root canal, and pretty much they took this entire, so this was gone, and it had become a cavity like this. So they just took all of this stuff out and made a new tooth all the way back here. So now it's all good. Spray paint your teeth. Hell yeah, Mad Max style, all gold. Ooh, that'd be fucking... I don't know, that I feel like that'd make me look like a rapper instead of a pirate. Yes, I have a fake one. You have to guess which one. Deadman, my guy. Hello. Hello, Mr. Gamer Man. Good thing it. Cheered of someone who at the point took a knife and pulled out the tooth itself. Aren't rappers the pirates over time? Nah, I don't think so. They are still pirates today. They just have guns now, bigger guns, automatic guns of the machine gun type, and helicopters, and they do plunder. Take gold, take the women. Like that, I don't know if you guys have seen this picture. Hold on. Man, I love this picture. Where's the chat? How do I put it in the chat? Can I even put it in the chat? Oh my god, stop watching a random stream. Twitch? What the fuck? Stop. I hate Twitch. Okay, I cannot put it on the chat. I'm sad now. Anyway, I took too long with it. Big sad. Well, this that you're seeing right now is just a projection of my iPad on top of my computer. Let me see here. Give me a sec. I'm always very careful with showing people everything outside of the app, um, because of spoilers. I never know when I have something spoilery open. Sometimes I switch tabs and I just have my script open and it's like, no, the big spoiler. No, 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 no. I love this picture. Old meme format. Nothing like old meme format. Why would you have spoilers open? Program might crash and spoil us. No, no, no. Don't worry. If it crashes, it doesn't go to anything else. It just goes to the home screen. No, my browser history, I actually only ever use my browser on my iPad to look up reference. And for work stuff, which is also, you know, dangerous. Never know when I'm accidentally gonna dox myself, you know, or someone, because I tend to have shit like my business email open with sensitive client information and kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, I keep my iPad for work only. For everything else, I have my phone. That's what has the unsavory stuff. Naked Man was for Sonic art. Fucking art. Stop. No Sonic here, please. That shit is cursed. Now that I've made sure. I mean, also, shit, if I had some like nude pictures open even in my reference app, like, I'm pretty sure this is fine, but if I had like a bare titty, just like a bare titty out in like one of these pictures, I don't know what the consequences would be, you know. Shit, I'm scared. I'm scared for my career. I don't know, if I get banned for something, at least I want it to be intentional. I always worry about that stuff a lot, you know? Which I feel like it's unhealthy to always be worried about, oh, I hope I don't get banned of a platform today on, you know, by mistake. Because I don't have the power to get unbanned with a tweet, you know? I believe the consequences are minor. Teach new ALA doesn't allow for that stuff, I hear. I heard it got taken back. Like, I don't know the specifics, but I did hear that they took back a bunch of the stuff on the new terms of service. Exclusively makes not safe for work art, and it kills me. I follow someone like that, and they stream. They don't make not safe for work stuff, but they make very risque pinups, and they pretty much stream exclusively on a different app, which I thought about, but you know, I don't have, I'm already a small creator, and I feel like putting my work, which is not necessary, it's very much, safe for work, on a different platform just for that, and a, a way smaller platform would kind of be shooting myself on the foot a little bit. Like, I would purposefully be putting myself at a disadvantage. Like, there's some of you that just would not be here if I was streaming on a smaller artist exclusive, not safe for work kind of streaming service, I don't like how I'm doing that face. Yeah, I'm past that age, and I know enough. I'm like, I feel like I'm past the point of making a distinction between a safe for work artist and a not safe for work artist when it comes to their work, right? I disagree unless you count by amount. Well, I just mean that some people have gotten to know me or like to know of my stream because they hang around Twitch. You know? Hell yeah, but I have to point out for some reason thing is censored for... Yeah. It's like... It's... It's difficult to know that the distinction, the difference between a safe for work artist and a not safe for work artist doesn't matter. But you have to make the distinction because you never know when a kid is, you'd never know when someone's a kid around you anymore. There's no way to know. So you have to be careful because there might be kids around at all times, which is, a little annoying, but that's just how it is. And I also don't want to have to exclude any of the younger audience because I know very well that a lot of my audience is young, simply because of the nature of where I put my work. Public etiquette more than anything. Yeah, well, it's because everyone's on the same boat. You never know when someone. That's why it's not safe. That's why it's not safe for work. You never know when you might be around someone who will categorize what you're looking at as inappropriate, right? I can look at most artwork because some shit just goes a little too far. I can look at most pieces of artwork in any environment, knowing full well that I'm looking at artwork. But if someone around me perceives it as pornography rather than artwork, you know, I feel like everyone's always tiptoeing that line, because some people are not gonna see artwork. Some people are gonna see a titty and think pornography. Parents should be the ones educating and protecting the kids, but yeah, well, they're, you know, a lot of parents don't do that, so just, you know, I really want to not give a fuck, but I'm not going to, you know, I'm not gonna be responsible about it. I want to not care, but I don't want to be like, oh well, too bad, kid. This is how you're seeing your first pair of titties, right? Draw someone getting ripped in half. Hello, war. I'd say there's more. There are a lot more. Say there are a lot more money, so you do get more variety and talent to pick from. Yeah. That also. My honest opinion, the sanitation of the internet has annoyed me quite a bit. It's not the creator's job, but the parents. Oh, 100%. 100%. Totally should be. I mean, it doesn't bother you, but little Kevin can be traumatized and have a new figure. Yeah. If gore was not safe for work, why did I see ton of it as a kid? Checkmate, liberals. First superhero movie was Kick-Ass, and my first horror movie was Insidious. Goddamn. Just do what the movies do. If the penis isn't erect, then it's not porn. That's the problem. That's why I like the tasteful nude of Sarah on the nude statue. It's art, not porn. As an European, I never was shocked by nudity. To advertise for mosquito repellent, they had some naked blokes age 50 out in the woods doing lumber stuff. Holy crap. I want to see that ad. Completely naked. They took pictures from behind and full body cutouts. Goddamn. Put a content warning, move on. Yeah. I guess it's also to say I feel I don't know. I'm personally okay with myself staying PC. I don't mind. I don't mind like at all staying rated E for everyone. I don't care. But I don't think everyone should be. You know, if you're not okay with it, don't be. I feel like that. I like that deal better. As an African, Europe and America exist existing in pain. I forgot Europe exists. Life is easier when you mock someone else. Oh, 100%. You know what's funny? I think everybody in the chat right now, right in this moment, is from a different country. And if there's one American, I think it was only war. Unless you're not, because I'm not 100% sure. America. Wish Europe didn't exist. That's a very definitive stance there, but goddamn. I'm Puerto Rican, so it counts. Yeah, I mean, it does. Absolutely does. It actually bothers me how often people forget it does. Just remote England. Not to sell, both world wars were caused by Europeans. You know what? Actually, true. I don't know. I feel like, you know, briefly on that subject, they're just too close. You know, too many kingdoms, too packed, too tightly together, not enough room. I just feel like shit was bound to go buck wild. You know, for too long too. Like they've been hanging around few thousand years, packed in this little space. I feel like, of course, tension would be so high across time and space. It's like, shit, imagine having beef with your neighbor, but your neighbor is actually your roommate. Imagine it being on site with your roommate. How do you do that? You cannot live like that. And then boom, shit goes bananas. Somebody say oil. Am I the only African here? Most likely. Most likely. I think you're the only African I've interacted with on stream. I think. Worst country in the world. Number 1 in sand and suffering. Oh god damn. I hate sand. Coarse. Irritating and gets everywhere. I don't know how it goes. You get what I'm saying. I actually used to say that as a kid before the movie was even out. I'll have you know. George Lucas stole my line. I still don't like sand. I really despise sand. No prequel meme. I would jump in the sea if I was British. You could be British. I ate sand. Oh no. I had someone throw sand in my eyes once as a child. Holy shit. That shit is no joke. And when I say throw sand, I don't mean like pocket sand. I mean like, hey, look at this pile of sand. Boom, all of it in your face. It was awful. Awful. God, what a terrible experience. My eyes were never the same after. Spill the tea is a it's a reference to the Boston Tea Party. It could be. I mean, I feel like it'd be a really good reference. But I don't think it makes a lot of sense in how people use the phrase, because I don't know if that was the case. I've also eaten sand. Not bad. What kid hasn't had sand in their mouth, you know, at least once? Terrible crunch. Yeah, it's oh god, it makes me I don't like it. That's a genuine gag, by the way. Just so you know, I mean it. Let me tell you, doing Unga Buga on the beach might sound amazing and romantic, but god, the sand makes it worse. Well, it does sound... Actually, no, yeah, the idea of that kind of friction with sand in the middle, I mean, shit. That's how the pyramids were made, brother. Way too pale for the sun. I do okay in the sun. I feel like the worst though for the sunburn is the back of the neck. I don't know why. The back of the neck with sunburn is actually horrible. And feet, like when your feet get sunburned, like on the top, and you can't like, and you put on sandals because you brought sandals to the beach, and now there's sand between your burned foot and the sandal, and you're walking like that, and it's destroying your sunburnt foot. Oh, actually terrible. Doing the joinky spoinky on the beach. He's as romantic as the concept of going to parents for a date. High expectations. Uncomfortable reality. It's so sad. Not sad, I mean, the idea of like going to Paris is a really, really nice idea until you see the pictures of everyone who had the same idea. Like the fact that you can't really take, like, I don't like crowds, right? I don't like big quantities of strangers. And the idea of walking around the Eiffel Tower while it's packed full of people, the way it looks in pictures, it does not sound fun to me. Artist to artist, sunburn on the palm of the hand, and you have a huge deadline to finish. I've never sunburned the palm of my hand. That sounds horrible. All the creases between the fingers. Ugh. Paris is trash, honestly. I mean, I will 100% take it from the French person. If you say so, it must be. Back of your neck, sunburn, and go practice some jujitsu. That sounds actually horrible. The gi rubbing on the back of your neck. Ooh. Grandparents call me weak because I don't tan. I get red. I mean, there's nothing you can do about that. There's nothing you can do about that. That's just the skin you were given. You were given lots of advantages, but some disadvantages. Paris is a nice place. You gotta keep in mind, it's a big fuck off city with the same problems as all big cities. I'm ashamed to know you. Goddamn. Sorry for bother you. Okay, there we go. We had to have one today, didn't we? Yep. Let me just go ahead. I don't know what happened to Stream Manager. I used to be able to see the chat from the Stream Manager. Now for some reason I can't. God dang it. Let me see. Can I not delete it from here? Okay, Stream Manager, please. Where is the chat options so I can eradicate this pest? My chat. There we go. And it's a no, there we go. I can actually see. I can fight. Okay, where is it? There we go. There it is. Hold on. I can't. Okay, there we go. Boom. Whabam. Haboom. Done. Deleted. Eradicated. Destroyed. Because Latin America is great because everyone genuinely believes they are number one in every category of a nation. There's no war in Basing Say. I know that is actually, I find that amazing. It's I do think it's not an exclusively American issue. I'm 100% certain that many countries are the same way, but you know, God, I find that so annoying. Like, not the lack of awareness is really some that just grinds my gears. Not my cup of tea. Also, the spreading of freedom. I wish I had the audacity and courage of Americans to think, you know, better than everyone without even questioning yourself. Yeah. Top healthcare. No, that is. I hope I never actually hear someone say that to my face, because that is. I never. I saw the bill for a pregnancy, my guy. There ain't no way someone thinks that is peak healthcare. Alright. Hold on. Let me go ahead. Let me turn on the light here because sun's going down. It's supposed to snow today, which I'm really looking forward to. It's late, actually, the snow. Let me stand up for a second. Let me look out. Yep, no snow. It was supposed to snow. I really wanted to snow. I really like snow. Where is it? Why don't I have it? Give it to me. Finland might be peak healthcare. Actually, like, I say actually a lot. I'm sorry. I don't like saying actually a lot. It's kind of like a conversation starter for me. I think the smaller of the European countries have it down to a T. And I think it just comes down to like a sort of ratio between population and wealth and size of the country. Like, there's a word for it, for centralization. Is that the word? Finland might be peak. I'd rather die than get in an ambulance. If I get shot and someone calls me an ambulance, just shoot me in the head. Dude, my girlfriend used to work for an ambulance service, and you say that, but there's people, you know, as long as you don't land at the hospital, there's people that use ambulances as free taxis sometimes. It baffles me. There's so many people, like, you think I don't want to go into an emergency room and I don't want to take an ambulance because it's going to cost me an eye. And the amount of people going to the emergency services for dumb shit, like non-issues, is amazing. Scrape your knee, get an $80 band-aid. Yeah. I ain't jealous, just a hater. Taiwan has the best healthcare. Taiwan has the best healthcare system in the world, according to the 2023 edition of the CEO World Magazine Healthcare Index, which ranks 110 countries according to factors that contribute to overall health. 2 additional Asian nations were among the top 10: South Korea and Israel. I do think those are like up there in terms of size, population, wealth to population, I think, is the thing, right? Like, the higher the estimate income of a citizen, I feel the better the healthcare of the country. That's probably because, you know, the higher the amount of people that make a good, you know, a good wage, the more overall tax money is going to healthcare, the better healthcare everyone gets. I hope that's how it works. Ambulance worse than getting arrested? Yeah, because the ambulance will charge you. It's not even the ambulance. The hospital charges you if you took an ambulance. Doesn't Israel use American money for its healthcare? Right now, maybe. I think, because the US is sending crazy money to Israel right now. It's insane. Yeah, I think that's the right way to say wealth per capita. I just didn't want to use the term wrong, because sometimes I'm unsure if I'm using a term correctly. I'm just glad I had cancer as a French and not as an American. Oh yeah. No Breaking Bad for me. Mm-hmm. They'll break your leg again. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, your card got declined. Alright, bite on this leather strap real quick. Thank you very much for your time. You may go on your merry way. I don't know. But I'm not gonna, sit here and pretend that other countries don't have their own problems. For example, healthcare in Peru might be a lot cheaper, right? But holy shit, does it take such an amount of time to do anything? And I'm sure a lot of countries have the same issue, because I've heard time and time again how long it can take to get anything done as a patient in places like Canada. And in Peru, it's the same, where holy shit, does it take such a long time to just do something. Now, it's not ludicrous, but I went to get my ears checked and it took me all day. It's silly, goofy mood. What a way to say it. Yes. Yeah, they do have a bad habit of just funding terrible causes worldwide, don't they? And by terrible causes, I mean war. I'm not a terrible cause. uh, are you sure about that? Have you looked at the numbers? I don't know. And you have those that justify going to war. Yeah, some of the excuses that some people give for why we should be at war with this country that didn't do anything to us. Well, I say us, but I'm not really from here. Yeah. I guess, I mean, well, I've lived here long enough. Shoot. But no, my papers don't say so no. What's up, Josh? Huar. Man, how do I want to draw this? I think I'm just gonna be very abstract with it. Just not gonna worry about it too much. Talking about how the US is a big dumb idiot though. In case y'all didn't know, the CIA definitely killed JFK and Martin Luther King Jr. What country isn't? I do agree with that. Every time I look, like, I do have the fair belief that if you look at any country for too long, it looks dumb. Politically, right? Like, I've had my feet, in the pool of politics of a few countries, and they all look stupid to me. And I can't help but feel like that's just how it is in general. I'd live in Finland. Yeah. Getting killed by the CIA is the highest award you can have as a journalist. Yeah, that is yeah. That means you were doing your job too well. Egypt's politics are the stupidest. I don't know. I mean, from what I know, Peru's up there. Peru is definitely up there. Simply like in a stupid index, right? In the stupidity index, I feel like Peru is up there. Egypt number one, baby. Everything in everything bad. Every country should give their key to Finland and let them drive. I feel like Finland only works that well because of what I said, you know, money per capita and a small enough country and population. I feel like if you have a small, wealthy group of people in a small area, they'll be fine. Because it's always the rich small countries that do great. You know? What's up, Draken? What's up? Hello. Hello. How are you? Last time I checked, the president along with 60% of the Congress is currently under trial for multiple criminal activities. Oh yeah, as well they should be. 60%, those are low numbers. Well, and I don't think any politician working right now in Peru should be there. Period. They all suck. Trump is, Biden doing fine. Despite being not fully there. They're all just get all these old people out. Jesus. That's like the problem. It's the old people. They're not the problem, but you know, they are a very noticeable, predominant issue. They need out. They get them out. Just wants chocolate chips. No, he is not. Nope. None of them are. It's just get them all out. It's just start over. I'm not, dude. I hate taxes. Like, I used to have my problems with taxes were simply that I was making too little money, right? I was making so little money, I most of the time wasn't getting taxed anything because I just make very little money. I'm like below 50% of the poverty line, right? Like I'm like poverty line is like $24,000 a year or something like that. No, actually the poverty line is like $44,000 a year. I make less than $15,000 a year, so I usually don't get taxed, right? It's just that making the taxes is so complicated when you do the kind of work I do. Okay, but now my problem is I don't want to ever fucking pay taxes because And I'm saying I don't want to, not that I'm not doing it. Because, God, I don't want to give these people my money. I don't want to. They don't deserve it. And they will use it wrong. God, I love Sleepy Joe. I mean, you just know that if you give them your tax money, it's just getting wasted. Like, how can you still have the goal to ask me for tax money where you don't even know where your own money that was given to you by your citizens and residents as taxes, you don't even know where it's gone? Like, I keep seeing news of like, oh, so many thousands of millions of dollars of budgets for this thing just suddenly disappeared and no one can account for them. Fuck off. But you know how much I owed you? Like, you know how much everyone owes you, but you don't know where you put your money. That's so convenient, huh? There's a war to fund. I love war. Do you hear that, war? They love you. Fuck the children, war. Yeah. Sadness. I don't know. I don't like any of the. I'm glad I can't vote. Because, Jesus, the candidates, just every year, they just suck. Don't get me wrong. I would vote if I could, but holy crap, just give me some worth getting. Just give me some worth voting for. I don't know. Politics annoy me because at the end of the day, they will affect everything you do in life. But aside from that, I find them so pointless, so meaningless most of the time. It's just in the sense of what even is the point, right? I'm voting for a decision that is not even what I want. I'm voting for candidates that I did not pick, that do things I don't give a fuck about, promise things I don't give a fuck about, and then they're not even doing that. What's the fucking point? Tell me exactly how much you've spent. Me, I'm not sure how much that is. We know exactly. Yeah, we already know everything. You don't? No, I don't know everything. Could you tell me? He's like, no, jail. Fuck off. Jesus. Well, tell you guys what. How about we leave the theme of politics behind, as it is already bothering me way too much. And you know, it kind of has no end. There is no fixing it. There is no solution that we sitting here can come up with that it's actually gonna do anything about it. So instead of being frustrated at them, tell me, what did I miss in the last month that I've just kind of been, you know, locked away? How are you guys doing? Favorite music album of 2023? Ooh, I didn't really discover many new musics in 2023 from the year. I can tell you, you got top 1%. Holy shit. Before the end of the year. That's congratulations, my dude. Good shit. Then I fell apart. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Damn. Now I'm 1.2. God damn it, dude. That's not that bad. You're still up there. I can tell you what my favorite album of the year was that I knew. It's not of the year, but I can tell you my new favorite album that I listened to. It used to be 2%. See, you're still up. You're still way up. Okay, so album. Ooh. I feel like I listen to a lot of new songs, but it's hard when you ask for an album. I would say probably Fauna by Hacken. I used to listen to a lot of Hacken, but it was always the same song. So I started listening to them more, and I really like Fauna. What's up, Kylie? Oh, busy right now. Gonna be back in an hour. Hey, no problem. Take your time. Mine gonna be Imperfect Hatred by Heaven Pierce Her. Ooh. That sounds intense. I just love Ultra Kill. Hell yeah. I've seen a lot of good stuff about the game, but I don't know if you're talking about the game, but I've seen a lot of good stuff about the Ultra Kill game. It's just not for me. It just a little too ultra for me. I don't think I'm ready for it. Imperfect Hatred by Heaven Pierce Her? I hardly know her. Surprisingly, so much by Stardust by so much for Stardust by Fallout Boy. Ho ho! Some of the best soundtrack in my opinion. That's a good opinion. That's a good opinion. Hey, best movie of 2023. Go. What do you guys think that was? I still have some that I want to watch. I still want to see The Boy and the Heron. I still haven't seen it. I hope I get to see it. Because in this economy, holy shit, a trip to the theater is fucking expensive. Across the Spider-Verse, aha, that's an easy one. That's an easy pick. That one was fucking amazing. Didn't really watch any movies that came out in 2023. There was good ones. I will tell you, there were some really good ones. Let me just double check that some of the ones I'm thinking actually came out this year. So if you are a bit of a hipster like me, or a bit of a movie snob, Asteroid City I really liked personally, really liked it. I really liked The Killer. I watched that like a couple weeks ago. I really liked that one. Really, it's not for everyone. It's a strange one. Godzilla -1, fucking goated, loved it. John Wick 4 came out 2023. What do you mean by GOTG3? I want to watch this horror movie called Where Evil Lurks. It was horrifying. I'm so curious. I don't watch that many horror movies. I watch some. I really like suspense. Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Gotcha. Yeah, I really like that one. I didn't think the MCU could make me happy anymore, but that one was really good. That one was genuinely so good. Nimona? Did I watch Nimona? I don't think I watched Nimona. No, I haven't watched it. I've heard so many good things. But I do have to watch it. What is it on? It's on Netflix. I do have Netflix right now. I haven't for a while, but I have it right now as a mistake. But I have it. Favorite show? I don't think I watched any good show this year. I haven't seen Loki season 2. Sadly, I watched a lot of garbage this year in the show department. Marvel. Ahsoka was underwhelming. So underwhelming, I haven't finished it. I watched up to Anakin showing up, and then I just stopped. I want to finish it because I want to know what's up, but you know. Blue-Eyed Samurai I have not seen, and you guys seem to like that one. Which one's Blue-Eyed Samurai? I heard something about it literally yesterday. It looks good. Yeah. I really want them to put out a banger. I've heard Loki season 2 is really good. I've heard Loki season 2 was really good. I really want to see it. But I feel like my expectations may be too high. I don't know. Because I talked about this on my last stream, which was like a long time ago now, but I just cannot watch anything Marvel with 100% enjoying it, even if it's good, because I just remember that everything I don't like is happening in the background, right? Let me see. There's a show I watched that I really liked, but I don't know if it was this year. I think it was definitely not. No, it was from years ago. I just watched it like last year, I think. Yeah, not a lot of shows for. I don't watch in general too many shows anymore. Especially to completion. I don't know why I kind of just like leave them there. Just watch a little bit and then I just leave them. All right. Tell you guys what, I'm gonna start inking. I want to see if I can get inking done today. But before I do that, I'm gonna stand up and get some food real quick because I'm fucking dying. So I'll be right back. Loki season 2 is peak Marvel.
See, you guys are getting my hopes up. I gotta see it.
Please, no, follow, would you please? Fucking goddammit. Alright, give me a second. Hello, hello. Ah, I see you guys are talking about games. It was a really good game. It was a really good year for games. Really so good. Guys, I need help. I have a problem. I've been so hooked on Indian food for the past couple months. It's turning into a serious problem. My intake of turmeric is through the roof. I found that there was this Indian place relatively close to my apartment, right? So I went there with my girlfriend. I had only had the only Indian food I had ever had before was chicken tikka masala once, years ago in LA. And I always remember liking it. So I went there. This place has 80 menu items. And it's like every single dish I have and haven't heard of in with every combination of meats, right? So I ordered some entry level stuff, just some chicken tikka and some butter chicken. Holy shit, we liked it so much that my girlfriend learned how to make it. And then she made it at home, and it was so good, I stole her recipe book and made it right after, again. And then we made it again, and I want to keep making it. Italian food is good, but my body physically can't process it. I die every time after. Not like the spice is just bathroom hell. God damn. Wide boy gastronomy. Kind of hard trying to find anything on the Japanese Chinese where I live though. Oh yeah. In Peru it's difficult. I remember in Peru there was a Spanish place. I tried. I went. It was very nice. We ate rabbit, which is rare in Peru, and then it disappeared. Like after a few months, gone. Understandable. Have a nice day. Why would you stop? I don't want to stop. It's just that my consumption of naan is out the roof. Naan, for those who don't know, is a flatbread. I'm eating it right now. I'm just eating naan right now. I love it so much. I don't know. God, the butter chicken is so good. I just want to learn how to make more, you know? And it's so easy to make, too. Holy crap. So then you have to look up what haram is. And even when they tell you what it is, sometimes they don't use measurements either. They just says it has these 10 things. You go out and guess what those, what amount of what. Just slap the dough into a hot pan. I feel like that's how you make most of their breads. Or most flat bread, at least. Hey, my dude, I have no idea what rokak is, man. So, to me, that is like a fancy food, just simply because I don't know what it is. I read it as raw cock. Give me a sec. I'd have raw cock any day. That's how you get salmonella. All right. Weird flex. All right. Coffee up. Stomach satisfied. Let's see, what can we get done here? Here. 4? Is that my... Yeah, that's my line width. No, I understood. I understood exactly what you were saying. Trust me, I get it. It's just so Twitch knows that I'm talking about roosters, you know? Ooh, also, I don't know if you guys know, I need to get better about talking about stuff. But I'm gonna try to post on YouTube again. If you didn't know, I have a YouTube channel. It has a bunch of, well, not a bunch, but it has some videos on it already, and I want to do more. Just since I didn't really do anything last month, I didn't have anything to do a video on. But yeah, let me just put a link because, it's a very small channel, so I don't know if you look it up if it'll show up. Some people make the mistake of following my personal channel, which it's not really a mistake. It's just some confusion since it is the one using the email. It's tied to everything else. Blah blah blah. What's up, everybody? So let me just go ahead, put that here. Should get it right. It's 5 p.m. Nah, do it. Just stay there. Harass one YouTube with Tetris, time to harass another. We'll see who harasses whom. Are you ahead or me behind? Yeah, he's ahead. Remember, he's east of you. Which means it's you know. No. Hold on. He's so far east. So he's like how many hours ahead? I mean, it's 12 a.m. for him, which means he's just going into the 5th. 7 hours ahead. That's plenty. Want to see a Tetris clip? I wouldn't mind seeing a little Tetris clip. As long as it's insane to look at, you know. Cause like I don't know much about Tetris, and I personally don't, you know, go out of my way to look up Tetris content. But if something's like crazy enough, I'll enjoy it regardless. It's gonna be insane. One of my best. Hell yeah. I'm gonna go. Oh! Well, have a good one. Have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you, my guy. Have to start another war in my in some other country for oil. Part of my daily duties. Have a good one. Have a good one, war. Thank you for stopping by, man. I appreciate you again. Good luck. Don't get shot. You know how it goes. Sent me the clip. Oh, through the Discord. Gotcha. Let's see this real quick. Oh God. Oh Jesus. God, why is it so fast? Holy crap. Oh, holy shit. God damn. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't put it on stream. My bad. Hold on. It's super short, so let me go ahead. Oh, disable that. Fucking Tetris, man. What the fuck? That man's the one on the left. I would say it's average. I mean, if you're on the 1.2%, I would not say that is average. If you were on the 50%, that would be average. God damn. I know, right? Like, what the... Like, how the fuck are they so fast? What? Jesus. And question, I saw that it was by score. How does that work? Like, because I saw a score and I noticed that the both of you went above the line, right at the top. So how do you count the score? I used to go faster, holy shit. Yeah, like, I get that. I'm just wondering, like, do you count it as how many lines above the top line you get the other enemy to? Like, are those points for you? Oh, it's by round. Okay, gotcha. But I saw also I saw I saw you guys go like above the top line. How do you get it above the top line but you don't immediately lose? Or was that the whole thing, the rounds? Like every time you you get to the top like that's one round. I don't understand that. Okay, fair. It's pretty weird. Okay, gotcha. That was my fastest, one of my fastest replay. Sure. I mean, I feel like you might have sent it to me already, but I mean, I'm not gonna say no. That shit's cool as fuck. Your eyes won't be able to handle it. Okay. Okay. Big expectations in this one. Yeah, I got my Discord open, don't worry about it. Oh, it's a website. Ha ha ha. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it wasn't letting me see it there for a second. I was like, what's happening? How do I reset this thing? Let's see what this looks like. With this, see what this looks like. Jesus. No, you're right. I can't follow it with my eyes. I'm just staring blankly at the screen at this point. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Jesus, 40 lines, 23 seconds. Oh, god damn. I would say, in a strange way, it's funny. That's the top 411 in the world in sprint. Jesus. Jesus Christ. It's Jason Bourne. I've got to look up some reference for this picture real quick. How is it that I try to type Rust and my phone autocompletes to bad use? How? I don't get it. Let's see my saved photos in Instagram, because this is how I save reference and I forget to use it, so I have to make myself use it. because I got it here for a reason. Mustn't let myself forget that this is supposed to be Instagram's main use for me. Aside from being, you know, a social media that I have to use. Okay, okay. Let me draw the subject of the image first. Hyperfixation, baby. Less than 1,000 hours, I've reached top 500 in the world. That's a lot of hours. Seen people spend 5,000 hours before and beat them. The speed, the agility, the grace. It's a fucking skill, dude. It's fucking crazy to watch. It's pretty cool. You know, most of the time, doesn't matter how, if you like or dislike an activity, it's always cool to see someone who's really good at it do it, right? That is, I think, why I like speed paints so much, or, you know, time-lapse drawing so much. I've had people ask me, "Have you? Are you not like insecure, or do you not feel inferior when you watch someone that's better than you doing a thing? Well, doing the thing, you know, that you are relatively good at, better than you?" And I always say no. It's honestly kind of inspiring. I really like it. It's my one good thing. It's like I spend all my skill points on Tetris. If I see someone I used to beat get better than me in Tetris, I get motivated to beat their ass. Hell yeah. You don't get insecure when that happens? No. I mean, I have idols that I follow too, you know, and I love watching them work, seeing what their process is and such. And I fully, you know, understand and embrace the fact that they're better than me. They just are. And I don't want to. I don't necessarily want to be better than them, because when you talk about the um, artistic, what's the word? When you talk about art, better and worse is subjective, unless you talk about specific skills. So I don't think I can really be better than them, but I want to be up there, you know, with them. For some other things, it might be different, you know, not every career path or activity or sport is, you know, subjective in its definition of better. Biggest title in Tetris is CZ Small, the world's number one player. I want to lick his feet, goddamn. Right now, it comes and goes. You know, that's alright. Feeling a certain way about something is not a bad thing. You just, you know, can't live by it. It can make you resent not only the person but the craft, which would be really bad. The one that is really hard to get around is when you see someone who has gotten up there that you genuinely perceive as not worthy. Right? That I do have problems with that. Many. I do not like seeing people praise someone who I perceive to not be as skilled or not skilled enough to be in that position, getting praised from those people, right? That I do have a lot of issues with. I feel like I have to get over it, but you know, it's hard. I want to hear a funny story how I got into Tetris. My brother forced me to play it one day with his friends. I got my ass beat so hard and it kept happening, so one day I decided to play and get better. Now my brother doesn't want to play it with me. I wonder why. I do get insecure about my crafts sometimes, but I do stick to it because I know it'll pass. Yay. Like a time a stoner in my class who doesn't play guitar got an autograph from Gibson. An autographed Gibson, sorry, from Slash. Yeah, that is... Yeah. How dare you? How dare you take this thing from us who actually appreciate it so much more than you? You know, in that case, that's a bit of a different thing, right? That is 100% up to luck. I'm talking about when someone who you know is unskilled and unprofessional gets called skilled and professional by everyone else. That shit kills me. And I do admit it fully that it's jealousy. Loki, a small reason why I'm learning bass guitar is, well, I got frustrated guitarist syndrome. Goddamn, that sucks. Spidey is the greatest motivator. It's also its greatest killer. Yeah. I actually have mixed feelings about things like autographed guitars and whatnot, because it's signed, it becomes more of a collector's item, not a tool. Yeah. For things like that, yeah. I mean, if I had an autographed guitar, I want to say I would use it, but also would I be more afraid of me accidentally scraping or rubbing against the autograph and have it fade, you know? Ooh, also a board game update. Shit's going good. You know, did some testing, did some assorted testing, rounds of testing, and feedback is great. Constructive feedback has been even better. It's pretty much been only some, not necessarily minor, but fixes in the material rather than the substance, you know, like oh, there's a typo here, or this part's a little confusing, you know, things like that. So that's really good. That's really good, because those are easy fixes and such. And yeah, it's going really well. Really excited. for the near future, but right now having a lot of issues still with how the actual book of it is gonna work. So if you don't know, it's supposed to be a dungeon crawler, meaning you follow the directions of a book that tells you what is going on at all times. And how that book is gonna work, I'm struggling with. I'm gonna go nighty night. It's almost 1 a.m. Good night, good night, Finn. Good night, Rage. Need sleep. Hey, have a good night, man. I appreciate you. Rest well. I will see you soon. And yeah, thanks for keeping company, man. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Oh no. No wonder the arm looked funky. I moved it, but I didn't move my reference. My perspective. I knew something was weird. I knew something was fucky. There we go. That's what it should be. That's where it should be. I don't know how I didn't catch that sooner. Have you played board game called Betrayal? Yes, I have. Undisputed. I have a winning streak that I do not wish to that I do not wish to see destroyed. I think I'm 3 for 3. I was thinking mixing a system of randomly generated sectors, really cool addition to something like Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, I definitely thought about that game when designing my own, and I did think about having it randomly generated. I did ultimately go against it because I am more one for the curated experience. But I did actually consider it. Another reason why I decided not to go with it was because of the material cost. I don't want to say cost. It would have meant a lot more parts to the actual physical board game than I wanted. You know, I don't want it to be too huge. Right? I want the box to be, you know, manageable. I don't want it, you know, because this is a campaign game, right? So there's supposed to be different settings, and each campaign is like its own 5-floor dungeon. It would have been so much cardboard, you know? And I would say the part I'm struggling with the most when it comes to how is the book gonna work is the actual formatting of the information. Like, you know, how should pages be organized and such. It's a lot to think about. You know, what are the mechanics and what is the comfort and discomfort of, you know, how should the book be rotating between players to, you know, keep it making sense, so that it's not confusing. Monsters too, how do you make it make sense with how the monster, like how to play the monsters? Right now, next thing I have to do is that I have to not reformat, I have to redo, God, not redo, that is also not the word I'm trying to use. I have to make the fixes that came up during testing, and then test again. I had a Christmas party. I had a Christmas party. I didn't have it. I went to a Christmas party, and holy shit, it's been the first one in years, and that was the most wholesome shit. I don't know. I just wanted to comment. I just randomly thought about it, because some of the people I tested with are friends here, and holy crap, that was the most wholesome thing I've done in so long. There was like a little, like the host made a little award ceremony that nobody knew about, where he gave everyone an award according to a criteria he came up with for each individual, right? It was so nice, and there was so much food. I had to spend my Christmas with my father's side of the family, and I've noticed one thing. My dad is the one that riles everyone up. How so? Is he just a shit stirrer, or like, is he the soul of the party? Okay, so here we go. Every time we go to visit his side of the family, at some point or another, he brings up politics. Oh no! And this shit just spirals. No! You hit me with what I didn't want. I didn't want that. That's what I didn't want. Look into politics. No. No. And in the right case, he doesn't bring up politics. He refuses to let things go and constantly escalates the arguments. Oh, God damn it. He's that guy. He is that guy. The one you tell the new guests not to talk to. Oh man. I don't know how people can be that guy and not realize they are that guy. I usually ended up in pointless screaming. It usually ended up in pointless screaming, but they end up being friends or family. But yeah, he just does that. I can't with it. I can't with that. I can't. How do I say it? I can't. I can't with that way of thinking of or not. It's not a way of thinking. It's just a way of acting. I don't get it. Why? You know. Worst part is he doesn't understand nuance. But if I get into his into this right now, I'll be in a bad mood for the rest of the day. Hey, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You know. Needless to say, those parties are just not it. Let me tell you instead about some of the funnier parts of that party I went to. There was a guy, so I went there invited by the host, who's a good friend of mine, right? I know him somewhat well, but somewhat. I know him, right? I know him well. But I don't really know any of his friends very well, like at all. So I had this stranger come up to our table, and out of nowhere, while everyone around us suddenly went, oh, there he goes again with his sales pitch. This guy comes up to us and tries to sell us in the idea of canned carbonated milk. He wasn't even trying to sell it. He was just trying to get us to try it. It was the strangest moment of the night. And you know what? It wasn't bad. His Korean carbonated milk. Yes, carbonated milk. I know. I told him, hey, like right off the bat, I was like, hey, I am not, like, I don't understand. Like, I was just thinking about how disgusting the idea of carbonated milk was. We were actually just talking about it before he even came to us. And then he's like, hey, you want to try this carbonated milk? And then he gave us his whole sales pitch. And I was like, you know what? Your sales pitch was so good, I'm actually open to try it. And it was not bad. I'm almost ashamed to admit it wasn't bad. This is pilk levels of nasty. It was incredible. Like, I tried it and I was like, what the fuck am I? Like, I don't know what to expect. It was incredibly pleasant. It's not straight milk, right? It's like a milk-based drink. But weird. I don't even know why he was even trying to get us to try it. He wasn't trying to sell it or nothing. He just wanted people to try it. It was very pleasant. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Also, my expectations were zero, but it was pretty nice. Alright, you know what? It's been 2 hours and 43 minutes. I need a stretch break. I need a good stretch. Oh. Oh. Alright, alright. Oh man, we're back to drawing rocks. What's up, Vigol? How you doing? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by. How are you doing? Make yourself comfortable. And thank you. Thank you very much. Oh boy. So many rocks. Oh boy. I wonder, I really see how much of this I can get inked today. It's only been, excuse me, 3 hours. So I'm optimistic. Just gotta go easy on my wrists and remember to stretch more often. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that one. Let's see. Hey, welcome back, Calico. Hello. How goes it? It's okay, I just watched someone play a Warframe quest, one of the many that made me cry. Getting a secrets, doing a secret Santa for another place. Hell yeah! What you making, if I can ask? Knight who has flowers bursting out of his armor on the neck and other cracks. Love it. I love it. A very classic image. You doing a more fantasy armor or a more accurate, realistic armor? It's a reimagining of the person's piece from ages ago. I think it's accurate, but the color is also tinted green, so I don't know. I think the person used a ref for it, but sure, it looks like it would belong in the real world armor design ways. Well, you know, accurate armors can always be decorative, you know, or ornamental. Excuse me, my words are weird tonight. Ornamental or decorative armor, so you know it can be both. Some of the coolest helmets out there were never really used for battle. They're still the coolest ones, you know. Just specific because everything else that person makes is memes. Hey, memes can also be made with highly artistic intent, for sure. Like the stereotypical Viking horned helmet. Yep. Love me some ritualistic / ornamental fancy weapons and armor. Yeah, like the Zweihander. One of Fantasy's favorite weapons. Never actually used for combat. They were actually used? That goes against everything I've heard. Were they actually used? Started this year with a bang, though, and I don't intend to stop rolling the ball till I get some good stuff. Hell yeah. I started the year off shaving my head. I'm not bald, but, you know, I just like using clippers to roughly an inch. Basically, my hair is very short now. Oh, the falchion is probably one of my favorite medieval weapons. Well, medieval swords. I'm partial to axes. I love that they just evolved into the machete. And that the machete is still some of the most, at least on the edge, some of the most loyal recreations of falchions out there, because I've seen that a lot of falchions that are made today are actually inaccurate, in the sense that they are made very thick when they're supposed to be very thin, and I just think it's funny that the machete is just a falchion without the guard. Can't wait to get rid of my hair. Yeah. I can't take the little I couldn't take the little frustrations anymore, you know? The little inconveniences. I just had to get rid of them. I'd love to see a real gunblade. I think there are. I don't know if they were used either. I didn't know, but then again, I didn't know this Zweihander was used. I don't know, man. Halberds have a special place in my heart. Halberds, yes. I like, for some reason, of medieval weapons. Sure, I like axes, but those are just weapons. They've always been around. But warhammers and Beck the Corbins, because they're just big warhammers with spikes, you know? I love... Okay, there we go. I love a good war pike. I love a pike. You know, I just... Armor? What is that? Meat pointy end. A lot of real... Yeah, like most real cutting weapons were very thin. Like a cutting weapon, thin. A thick weapon, it's a tool. It's for wood. You don't use that on people. You use the thin ones on people. Well, although I guess it depends on the area, you know, like the type of armor at the time and such. Blah 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 blah. Oh, the claymore. Like a Kriegsmesser. Or a scimitar. Or like the classic saber. I don't really like the classic saber. It, like, I understand its use and its, like, effectiveness, but something about the shape is unappealing to me. Just hate washing my hair because it's always followed by hair drying for 20 minutes. Yeah. It's just very inconvenient and time consuming. Armor? More like a difficulty tweak. Armor? I just really like how so many of those weapons and armors are kind of like, you know, just pick what you're resistant against, right? Do you want to be resistant against cuts? Okay, wear steel or chainmail. Do you want to be resistant against, you know, bows? Wear this. Do you want to be resistant against that? Wear that. Do you want to be resistant against a warhammer? Well, that is too damn bad. Cause you ain't. And you can't be. I like daggers, but my love for them has soiled because so many manhwa make MCs use a dagger. So I like I like butcher cleavers. I'm sorry, butcher's cleavers was kind of funny. I'm sorry. Curved swords or some sort of axe would be my my go-to backup weapon. I feel like I would be a Warhammer first, axes on the sides guy. I really like the one-handed top-heavy weapon, you know? Kind of why one of my favorite swords is the Falchion, because it's like one-handed top-heavy. Not really heavy, but you know what I'm saying, like shape-wise. And there is just so much room to make a Warhammer look as threatening as fucking possible. Rapier though, a fancy rapier. I feel like the rapier and swordbreaker combo, it's aesthetically peak sword fighting, like dual wielding at least. I love to thrust. I would like to learn how to use a dagger or a knife because, well, easier to carry. Yeah. 100%. What's this? I feel like if you want to learn how to use things like that, probably Kali would be the way to go. Cause sure, you're not learning to use knives, but I feel like anything you can learn from Kali, you can do with knives. I always carried a pocket knife when I was younger, because I didn't live in like the safest neighborhood. I lived in a very unsafe neighborhood, so I always carried a pocket knife. And then when I came here to the US, I carried it because I worked in construction or farms or stuff like that. So I, turned into convenience. And now I don't carry it anymore. I don't carry any kind of knife with me anymore because in any situation that I would need one, I should not ever use one. Right? Like self-defense with a knife in this country is a bad idea. Yeah, motherfucker, I'm from Ate, dude. Like, fucking, I had so many people get mugged in my front door. Kali is useful, yeah, because you can just do Kali is just for sticks, but if your stick is a blade, then it's just better. Be an inconvenience carrying what? What is that? Wait. Holy crap. I love this thing. Yes, please. it's just it's just like a it's just a it's just like a it's not even like I want to say a pike, but it's just a stake, a metal stake. Carry a spear, long sword, short sword, mace, and knife. Just be the army. Be your own platoon. Never get caught off guard. And a crossbow, you know. See, this is why it bothers me that so many fantasy things, you know, comic books, shows, franchises, movies, whatever, they all use just fucking long swords and short swords. My guy, there is such a variety of cooler looking weapons, just as useful and good for combat, if not better, that you could be using. You know? Why is it always a long sword or a short sword? Stop it. Use cooler shit. There's cooler shit out there. So many cool historic weapons and blades and maces and speed polearms, just any amount of polearms, and you just also always go to the longsword. Annoying, actually annoying. Don't forget a scutum. What is a scutum? Hold on. Ah, yes. Of course. The trusty shield. The fucking full body shield too, god damn. I didn't know that's what they were called. Circling back to the Warhammers. Just a lump of metal on a stick, yeah? Yeah. Use the goddamn impossible anime scythe. There's even worse scythes that people could fucking use, you know? Shit. They're not great, I don't think. But, you know, fucking put some variety in your fantasy, goddammit. There's so much to choose from, and you keep going for the mashed potatoes. Stop with the macaroni. Grab some meat. For fuck's sake. We get it. Macaroni's great. Everybody likes it. But Jesus. I can only eat so much cheese. They are just hella cool. Yeah. Have you seen people fight with sickles? That's another one. Sickles. Those are dope. And those are surprisingly sturdy too. Like I was looking at a sickle the other day and I was like, god damn. Talk about a bladed puncture weapon. Call me the Red Menace. I'll fight with a warhammer and a sickle. Chef's kiss. Speaking of Flamberg or whatever it's called, just so brutal. The I know the Flamberg, but I don't remember what it looks like. Oh, yeah, that is nice. It's just a serrated sword. Like, of course, it's freaking brutal. Imagine sword, but teeth. Imagine sword, but bites. What if sword, but... It's made to cripple you in such a way that you don't heal properly. Yeah. It's made to cut you up like a fucking log. What's up, typed? Been a hot minute, yeah. I've been out of it for a little bit. How you doing? What's going on? Oh my god, imagine a war front. On one side, it's just soldiers with chainsaws. Jesus. It's not a war, that's a massacre. Thank you. Thank you. It is good to be back. I enjoyed the break, honestly, truly. It was much needed. But I'm not gonna lie, my stresses and anxieties still make it a little hard to come back. Not to streaming, but to drawing. But you know, I feel good right now, and that is all I care about. Just want to make a chainsaw faction right now. Mr. Streams really liked watching the behind the scenes things. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, this stream started a little unusual. I was sketching for the first few hours of it, which is rare. I usually do the sketching by myself, because when I get a little riled up by being live, so sometimes that can get in the way of sketching, but you know, we got through it just fine. Imagine a war front, but they're all friends, and there is no war. If I saw an army of people brandishing just chainsaws, that's exactly what you would have, no war. battle would be over. I don't wanna. I would not mess with that. The Unchained or something. I like that. Still doing my dailies because I did stuff how, because I did stuff how it felt right. Right. Sorry, you did stuff the way it felt right. Yes. Yeah, I just, been doing this for a lot of years now. Not a lot of years, but, half a decade is not nothing. So. And every time I've taken a break, it hasn't really been a vacation. It's been more of like, there is something else I have to do. So I can't do this right now, kind of thing. So it was nice to not have to do anything for a little bit. It really, really. That's really what I was needing. Maybe or mince or some stuff. Debating on writing a novel so I can have turned into a webcomic. Ho ho ho. No, that's a big one. Like, are you talking to any artists right now or anything? I'm telling you now, if you do it out of pocket, that is not cheap. You gotta be ready. I'm not trying to discourage you or anything, but, be ready for some high quotes. Basically all I'm saying. The Mincer Prince. Going into game dev stuff right now, and I'm very hopeful, but also just know that there shall be no rest for the wicked. Yes. Also, I saw what you've been working on. I want to try it out. I just haven't had the time this last few days. But no, your animations look crisp, Calico. Crispy. I really like them. I do think you have the motion just down. No, I'm broke. Very few artists gonna draw a webcomic for free. Too. I don't have the story finalized yet, so I'm not content with it. Fair, absolutely fair. And that can take a while, so don't sweat it too much. It's a tough position, honestly, because really the only option there, for basically free, would be to get an artist to do it in co-ownership, which at that point it's not your webcomic, is the webcomic of the both of you, right? And everything that entails. So it's a whole complicated situation. But yeah, you can start thinking about that stuff once the story is looking in a way that is satisfying. Which means you get to take your time. Go at your own pace and stuff. was participating in the game jam, which I was posting about, as you just mentioned, and that game jam is done, finally. Thanks. I think I implemented the 12 principles well as I could within the 2 weeks limit right now. Do the whole game just by myself. It's a platform of some sort. I'm not rushing it, focusing on school and work, as well as other hobbies right now. Hell yeah. Calico, how are you on the programming side? Rage, do you watch Ruberos? It sounds familiar, but I don't think I'm not. I don't actively watch whatever it is, but it sounds very familiar. Sadly, I must leave. I have to go. Hard girl shit. Hell yeah. Have a good one, Finn, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out, my dude. I'll see you soon. I already know. You already know. Have a good one. Good night. What is Ruberop? Hold on. Ruber Ross, sorry. Sounds... Oh yeah, actually I do. I watch this guy sometimes. I do. The name is kind of just fucking went right over me. I have yet to actually start, but I know a lot of programmers who are willing to help me out. And at least 4 servers which are game making centric, so I might have a lot of resources to pull from. Hell yeah, that's the way to do it. I myself need to at some point get into, if not programming, 3D modeling for the board game, which is gonna be, oh, I already know I'm not gonna enjoy it very much. Learning new programs is not one of my favorite things, let's just say. Discarded phones videos are fucking hilarious. He put me onto Giwi, his girlfriend, Basil Wolf, Momotex, and Lord Ethel. Ethel. I've watched him very, what's it called? What's the word? God damn it! What's the word I'm looking for? Very casually. Yeah. I've watched his content very, very casually. I haven't really gotten much into his channel. Simply as a matter of like timing. I don't feel like I have the time a lot of the time to figure out if I like a new thing. But yeah, I've seen so many of his Gartic phone videos. They're so funny. And sometimes incredibly impressive. How do you animate so well with no communication amongst people, right? I know people who can't draw and do modeling very, very good, so I imagine someone with actual artistic background would have some easy into getting started. I like to think I would have, you know, not a terrible time, but again, you know, just the software part of it is the part that I'm weary of. But we'll see, you know, eventually it has to happen. Whew. Buff Pup is wild. She's lived a life. I don't think I'm well versed into the names of the people that show up in the videos. I will admit. I've tried it also because I tried looking some of them up sometimes, and it's not the easiest thing. It tends to not be the easiest thing because the only thing listed sometimes is their Twitch and this and that, and I'm like, you know. Oh, my hand is feeling so strange. Don't like most of his guests. Usually watch his VOD channel more than his main. Just play in the background while I work. But I did watch his stuff and still see him here and there. Yeah, well, like I said, I've seen mostly only his Gartic phone videos. But I do enjoy them very much. Okay, there is one strip. Hell yeah. One down. And now this boy. I like the Minecraft project he had. Just sad he's not updating on that much. What other kind of stuff does he do outside of animation?
Likes, comments, subscription.
Stop.
Yeah, I just opened his channel. You still live in the place that's not real, Florida? No, I moved out of there years ago. Years ago. I probably moved out of there in 2018 to 2019. Yeah, I've been out of there for the longest time. I've lived in... I had to go back to Peru for like... I went to Peru for a couple months to... You know, to figure out stuff while I was moving. But I ended up having to stay for over a year because of COVID. And they closed down all the airports and stuff. So after that, I moved to South Dakota for a year. And now I am in Connecticut. And I've been here for almost 2 years. A project of modern map making for Minecraft stuff. I think the project was called Crypts and Creepers or something. That sounds fun. Shit, really, yay! Yeah. Connecticut 2, which city? East Hartford. That's a hike. I'm near Bridgeport. Isn't Bridgeport? I am not very well versed in the geography here, but isn't Bridgeport like a straight shot down? Like an hour to 2 hours away, like hour 40 minutes, maybe I want to say downward, or am I getting confused? It's like an hour away without traffic. All right. Still a bit of a ways away, right? But what's an hour? Well, shoot. I mean, if I start doing conventions, which I would love to, I just need to actually get all the stuff that you need for a convention and rent a table. Goddamn. But yeah, if I ever do a convention, if I ever start doing conventions, you know, shoot, I'll let you know. Does this guy have this thing on his shoulder, actually? Let me check. He does not, okay. I actually helped vending at a convention last year. I wasn't selling my own stuff, I was helping a friend with theirs. Over here in Hartford. It was very fun, very fun stuff. A lot of work. People was met. Money was made. It was a cool experience. Conventions. I have always wanted to sell at conventions. It's just there's a lot of investment that has to happen before you can actually do that. Especially here because manufacturing is more expensive. In order to sell it, you know, in order to get your product, it's you either go expensive or you get what you need to make it your own yourself, which is also expensive, but you know, it's an investment. It's machines that you only have to get once, right? but it's still, you're still getting machinery, and there is still even more investment that has to happen, because things like printers need paper and ink. I have learned, though. Have learned a few things, very useful things. Even though I've only done 2. That one, where I helped, I didn't vend. And one in Peru where I actually vended. At a small scale, right? And you know, it wasn't particularly lucrative, but it was a good experience, and everything that I manufactured paid for itself, which is the important part, you know. It was cool. It was cool. And it could have been better. I was at a clear disadvantage then, because I was out of theme. My work did not fit the theme of the convention, which didn't help very much, but you know. I still recouped, so not bad. Got to see some live music, eat some good food. In Peru. They didn't have that one here. That here we had here we just had a what's it called? The convention center, and that was it. In Peru it was an actual festival, which was very cool. Very, very cool. There's a large Spanish population in New Haven and Bridgeport. Well, hell yeah. I have noticed that. In general, here in the East Coast, I feel like, of course, some cities more than others. So my sister lives in New Haven, and there's always, they're always throwing parties and parades and. Yeah. New Haven is very nice. That's where I went to visit a friend when they were vending at a little thing that was going on in New Haven. It's very nice, and it's not that far away. You know, if we're talking about for work. 30 minutes from you. Yeah, it's like hour and a half, hour 45 minutes trip from me. I don't travel to Hartford. I can't deal with that much traffic day to day. Is it that bad? I don't ever feel it being that bad. More than I-95? Well, yeah, I mean, if you're taking the highways... I guess it's because we're more on the side of, you know, this is kind of like the way you take if you're going to New York kind of thing. Which traffic coming and going from New York is always just the absolute worst. Got distracted by a call. Back now. Hey, welcome back. Welcome back. It's a way of life. Not quite flawless, but pretty good perspective there, if I do say so myself. Yep. Oh. Okay, not quite actually. Not quite. No, I feel like I positioned the line a little off, but that's fine. What's linking up? Sorry, I'm not with it, as as the kids say. Perfectly fine, but what is it? What is it? I want to know. I feel like it's important that I know what this kind of thing means. I haven't watched anime in a few years. It used to consume too much of my time and used to leave me mostly unsatisfied. So I just kind of stopped. Lately, my brother put me to watch Jujutsu Kaisen, and you know, really good, really good. Not gonna keep watching it, but really, really good. It's kind of hard for me now to watch shows in general. I'm not 100% sure why. I like to think it's because I've been, you know, burnt too much. Yeah, you know, it's like I'd watch a show all the way through the end and it would not have the emotional payoff I'm hoping for. And I just kind of sit there like, okay, that ended. Cool. No, not necessarily from a creative perspective. It's just I've watched too much anime and the majority of it has not been great. Let's say, right? And even when it is great, there's a strange feeling that comes from watching something for that long and then it ends. A feeling that doesn't quite sit well with me. It's a personal thing, I think. It's probably the reason why there's so many shows and games that I just don't finish. Example, Breaking Bad. I watched all of Breaking Bad except for the last episode. I never watched it. I know how it ends. I know how it ends, the internet told me, but I never watched it. I don't know why. I could have. I was binging the whole thing in one go, pretty much. I binged it in like a week, and I stopped before the last episode, and I never finished it. And then I've watched so many anime that it's not bad. I've watched really good anime that ends in a note I disagree with, right? That is another way that they have left me somehow unsatisfied and unfulfilled. I think that's the better word, unfulfilled. And I haven't grown necessarily resentful, but very hesitant to watch anymore. And then you have the stories which happen in anime a little too much, where an arc ends, like a character's journey, the story ends, and then the sequel story kind of takes a little bit of a dump on the previous one and just sours it for me, you know? What's up, Ark? Good evening. No, you didn't end Arc. You are here still. So you're literally burned out a little bit, I think. You want to expect the reality of the show is over, good or bad? Maybe. Maybe it's something like that. I don't know. That's why pretty much the only shows I like watching now are super short. You know? If I can't put that kind of time investment like I did with Naruto and Breaking Bad and shit like that, you know, the feeling doesn't get at me in the same way. As an example, I think the last anime I watched from beginning to end, I just remembered, and this was like when it came out just a couple years ago, was Star Wars Visions. That was the last show I watched beginning to end because it was super short. It was a collection of shorts from like 5 to 15 minutes, 6 of them or something like that. I watched all of them in one sitting. I enjoyed it. It was fine. I liked some more than others. Some were you know, some were pretty good. That was the last anime of any kind I watched beginning to end. I don't know exactly what it is. I feel like I need to ask a psychologist to tell me. Because I used to watch so much of it, and now I just can't. My friend is asking if you ever gonna do a meet and greet at a convention or something. That's what we were talking about before. I would love to do conventions. I would love to do conventions. It's just there is an investment that has to be made to do conventions. I'd have to save up to do the investment to get ready for a convention. And it's not easy work at all. But I'd love to. In fact, there is a super, like, very few people have my only limited release item, super exclusive limited release item. I only ever made 8. Somewhere, and I still have 2, so somewhere out there, there's like 4 people that have the only ever printed physical versions of SKYLARK as a book of episodes of chapters 1 and 2 together. I love how your line direction shows the flow of the action and gives it a fussy motion blur look. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I try, you know, I try really hard. I really like the feeling of motion in a static image. Privilege. A lot of people would not, a lot of my most, you know, how do I even say it? A lot of people in the community would not be able to enjoy those books because I did that while I was in Peru, so they're in Spanish. I translated and reorganized all of the pages and, you know, a bunch of stuff. And I think they're pretty nice, but they were a bad investment. They cost me a lot to make them, so I had to pretty much sell them nearly at cost. I made many wrong decisions. Like, I used a very thick laminated paper, so it's super fancy. Super thick paper with a slight gloss and sheen to it, and it can, you know... Kind of pissed I missed that book drop. Yeah, I'm sorry about it. I would have made more, but they were very expensive to make. It was the way I went about it was full of mistakes. It was a learning experience, you know? Meaning that at some point I'll do it again. you can you can expect that at some point. Yeah, I hope so too. I hope I've learned from my mistakes. Okay, broom broom guy outside. Fuck you. It's a gamble, so you have to do your research. I've heard from a friend who does convention stuff that if you don't time it right, you'll come out with a big loss coming there. I have a friend, a good friend of mine, that does commissions on like all over the East Coast, a lot. Like she does a lot of commissions. She does a lot of conventions, and I've watched her do it, like how she works and all that, and it's a pretty infallible way to do it. Like it's a pretty, you see it, and it's like a tried and true process almost, where she invested in sticker printers and big laminated paper printers, like poster printers, and some other types of printers, and she basically just stocks up, like, because she owns those machines. She uses them for a couple months, stocks the shit, and spends a few days cutting out stickers, and then she just has the stock of a whole year. And she does that for like 2 months, and she has the entire stock there for whenever. And that stock is valued like a whole year's income right there. And because she owns the machines, now it's only a fraction of the investment to make all of that every year. And then there's some specialty items that she'll have ordered in bulk. You know, if a year goes well, at the end of that year, having made a surplus of profit, she will use a part of that profit for specialty items like journals and stuff like that that she cannot produce herself. And then next year she has new items. And if that year does well, you know, again, takes a surplus profit, uses it for specialty items again. Sells painting prints. Yeah. Prints are like it when you're doing art, like conventions as an artist. I sell them too in my website. But you know, it's not the same as, you know, going to the booth and meet and greet and talking and selling and, you know. I think I also have changed the way I take my entertainment. I read webcomics, manga, Korean martial arts mostly, more than I watch. For me, it's easier to get into and digest. With anime, it has to go. I have to go the DMV. I have to prepare for it. Yeah. Oh yeah. My friend Sarah Sonda. She makes bank. Like she does very well. But there it is a lot of preparing, and once you know what, like, how to prepare and what you have to have prepared, it's a lot easier. But before you know that, you know, you have to do some trial and error until you have it down. Yeah, I also used to consume a lot more media than I do now. I've kind of wind down a lot on the amount of media and the types of media that I consume, simply because I'm very busy and my mind has a hard time sometimes not thinking about work, you know? And a lot of times if I spend too much time doing something that, you know, doesn't fulfill me in an emotional way or a psychological way, if it doesn't feel fulfilling, I will feel regret at the fact that I did it, because it will feel like a waste of time. It's terrible. It's a terrible way to feel about your media. It's really bad. Presentation is everything. The dude wears a witch hat and has a whole funny but good presentable table with him. Oh yeah. What I've seen and learned is that the way you organize your table is the determining factor on how well you sell. Soka has his actual job and then he does this on the side. Painting on his free time. Getting late. I'm asleep. So have a good one. Hey, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. You know I do. Every single time. Go have yourself a good night. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Nobody tells you becoming an artist. You also need to be good at business. Yeah. You need a lot of business sense that I just simply do not have. That is why I don't do very well with money. I am very bad with money. I don't make a lot of it. I lose it very quickly. No, actually, I don't lose it very quickly, but I am just really not good at making it. I would say if I'm lacking money now, it's because fucking inflation hitting me like a bitch, because I used to not have so much trouble with money. It's mostly food, I swear to God. Like my food bills are insane. Don't have good business sense either. Yeah. It's a shame that so many professions that you need business sense for, it's, you know, no one ever tells you that you will need business sense until you're in it. Especially living in Connecticut, yeah, a lot of my artist friends went back to school to get a business degree, just because. Oh no, it's almost mandatory if you want to do well, which, you know. It's tragic almost. I I just don't have the brain for it, let's say. I'm very like the rest of my family in that sense. We all do. We're all in the arts and none of us have a mind for business. I want to know how you write your script for the webcomic. It's very rudimentary. For tips, I don't need spoilers or anything. So the way I do it, it's not as it's not exactly the way I wish it was, but I try to think of it as a screenplay. You need to think of it as a screenplay. It needs to be concise and it needs to be understandable. I would make it more detailed and more like a screenplay if I needed anyone to read it, but because I don't, I kind of like cut a lot of corners, right? But sort of like, if you're doing a screenplay, you do, you know, scene 1. I don't have a degree on this, so you'd go first the setting. Desert. Is that desert or dessert? I don't know what I just wrote. Look, I barely speak any English, okay? So this cut me some slack here. I don't. You know what? Hold on. Let's see. You write your. Let's see. Scene 1. Forest. Noon. Newt. Okay. Forest. Noon. I usually number them because I do my webtoon by panel, right? I count the panels, right? So I would go 1. Main character. I'll probably do that in, you know, brackets. Main character. Heights. Behind tree. Then right under, maybe he says something. Blah 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 blah. 2. And so on, right? Looks over shoulder. Maybe there's no dialogue. He just looks over, and so on, right? I do actually have all my Google Docs. Let's see. No spoilers here. No spoilers here, so let me just change to this real quick. Fucking do the transition, you fucking thing. You know what? I'm gonna quit that. There we go. Now, again, I would do it the way I showed you, but because I already know all this stuff and I don't need anyone else to see it, I skip a lot of that, right? But it'll be like, for example, I will start, you know, chapter 12, and bullet points of all the things, and all the things that I need the chapter to hit. Part 1, ship sailing, Rioja sailing, eyes closed, no dialogue. And the next one is just dialogue. Because I already know what it's gonna look like, I don't write it down. It's very simple. It's a very simple, what you call it? It's a very simple panel of just, exchange of words. Talks and sees images of mages behind her. More dialogue. Description of scene, dialogue. Description, dialogue. Description, dialogue. What's happening and what's been said. That's all you need to know when you're doing it. Yeah, you don't need to describe things in detail like you would in a just written story, because a lot of the subtext and nuance is going to be shown, not said. So if it doesn't need to be said, it doesn't need to be elaborated on. Now, if you're working with someone else, the way I'm not, you would want to clarify some things, right? If you want something to show, you put it there, but you can be concise, and it's better if you are concise, right? It would be something like close up of this character's face, comma or dot, show sadness, comma, emphasize shading, like, right? Mood lighting. So, yeah. I was reading the Academy's Undercover Professor. Love this webcomic, good and fresh story. I was thinking, do I have to write it like this? You'll also learn what better suits your workflow the best. Especially if you're not working alone. Sometimes learning to accommodate to who you're working with can result in saving time, right? I actually think, well, at least from the point of view of the artist, I found that my favorite source of learning when it comes to how I'm making the webtoon and how I would make any comic is not learning from comic book creators and writers, but learning from movie directors and movie writers, and learning from movies rather than comics. Not that there's anything wrong with learning from comics. It's just that when people talk about movie making, it just fits, it just works better for me personally. Because everything they say, I can apply. Everything until they talk about shit like camera lenses and you know, like the actual material way of doing things, and you know, like tripods or whatever. But like when they talk about composition, lighting, color, mood, story structure, all that stuff, because I'm working on what I think is a 60% visual, 40% written media, it just kind of suits me better. But I say artists. Learning from script writing, I think, on a writing perspective, is great. But you don't need the other stuff. Like, learning script writing, I think, is the best way. The Academist Undercover Professor is a webcomic adapted from the novel. I got impatient and started writing the novel and was like, oh, this is what I have to do in order for it to get a novel adapted. But yeah, if you are in the rare mood to ingest content that is a strong suggestion. You have to make revisions in order to make it more digestible for the masses, so I can see that. But you did say artist. A movie screenwriter or script writing can help me learn. Yeah. Because normally for things like that you would use a script writer, and if you are already doing it like that, I feel like you're skipping a step, and doing that helps you preserve creative integrity, you know, at least in your case. Skips a step of adaptation. It's like you're already adapting it as you make it. Watching and analyzing plays, yeah. If you do, I would say watch a play while you look at the script, right? Like at the script of it. It's a little too optimistic. Oh, it's even if you want to do it for yourself later, you know, with help. If that is the goal, I think that is like a more like if your goal is not the novel but the comic of it, then the adaptation is optimistic. In fact, if I was to write a book, I would still do a script first, because you can make a script and then expand on it in book form. Right? It's kind of like writing the bones of the story before you actually get to writing the full story. focus on getting the storyboard down first, then figure it out from there. Ooh, yeah, a lot of there's a few movie makers that do that together. So it's a script with all the thumbnailing in it. I think the director of Parasite did it like that, and I know that the director for Mad Max also did it like that. Well, I don't know if directors, but creators of Mad Max did it like that. They made the thumbnail with the appropriate script section underneath it for every shot. It's super dope to look at because they hired a comic book artist to make the thumbnails as detailed as possible with it still being a thumbnail, and it's just a straight up comic book. It's enormous too. Have a good one. No worries. Take your time. Welcome back. Had a rough idea. I'll take elements from my favorite stories and kind of combine them into one. Solid starting point, you know. What kind of story are you thinking about? What's the genre? Like I said earlier, I'm a huge fan of Korean martial arts comics. I prefer those over samurai manga for sure. It's just my preference. I am a sucker for martial arts stories. I wish there was more. I loved History's Strongest Disciple, Kenichi. That was my shit when I was in high school. Main idea is you're a bastard child, like he's a spoiled little shit, sent to one of those little reform camps that's actually assassin camp. I like that. He meets, gets fucked over completely, and survives. It has good bones. It has good bones. But along the way, he meets the strongest martial artist in the world. I'll either call him Heavenly Demon or Dark Emperor. I haven't decided yet. That is actually, funny enough, that is very Korean, now that I think about it. That is very Korean manhwa of you. Which I know that is exactly where you're getting your inspirations from. I just thought it was very funny that you said that. I was like, yeah, that is very Korean. My brain didn't even hesitate. And then the catch-22 is that he first joins the reform camp. He was given this bug that pretty much controls him, and then he gets disposed of. The Him Tahi Turner, Dark Emperor. Call him for now, saves him, but doesn't remove the bug. Ho ho ho. He has beef with the people running the camp for killing his daughter. So the one who wants revenge is the master. I like it. And of course the kid still also wants revenge, so, you know. A revenge story. That already sounds like plenty to have a good few episodes of uninterrupted, fun, and destructive battles. He didn't take the bug out because Timothy wants to use him. He also kind of makes him his official disciple so he can go and kill the people at the reform camp and commit suicide. I'm trying to figure out, do I end it there or take it further? Because I can add more stories to it, because the MC is an orphan. He was just adopted. There's a lot of directions you can take that story. You know, he could learn that the master wanted to kill him in the end. You could make him try and get revenge on his master. You could, you know, there's a lot there that you can do. No, the master's gonna set alive and good graces too. Kind of Aquaman one ending, if you know what I mean. Okay, okay. But I meant like the MC was a secret Nepo baby. And now him and his master, after they reconcile and make up, get dragged into, and now he gotta figure out how to fix it. That's when I'm lost. I would recommend for the first story not to make it too long, you know? And if anything, you could leave it at somewhere where the story is concluded, but it has room to expand in the future. Also, I'm done. I've noticed in some webcomics I read, pacing can be either too long or too short. Yeah. Take me, for example. I'm taking way too long to do everything. Everything takes too long for me. I drag things out. Unintentionally, of course. But I do. And that is simply because I did not write the totality of the story before I started. Still love you, Rich. Thank you, Ark. Thank you. There's one webcomic, like a fight takes like 10 chapters. When it could be finished in 2 or 3. I still have this in community. Alright, give me 1 second. Let's see. So that's done, and that is done. Kind of an intense way of coming back to work. I want to keep working, but my hand is a little it's a little tense. Thank you, type. I appreciate it. It's set in modern day, and here's the kicker: the MC is Caribbean American rather than Asian. The master is Asian. I like that. I swear, some of these you know, I'm not like a champion for diversity. I really don't care, but it adds a little bit of when there is a little bit of, you know, more culture, more than one culture. I mean, in stories like that, in webtoons and comics and such. Yeah, it adds a little flavor when there is, you know, I don't want to say racial tension, because that's not what I'm talking about, but a variety of cultural backgrounds in these stories, you know. Like that one Latino character in Bleach. I like that guy. No, I know it's not the point, but it does enrich a story to have some variety visually in the characters. Let's see what's going on. What are we doing? What are we doing? The commission is a little bit stuck, honestly. I was actually gonna work on it Saturday. I was gonna dedicate Saturday, because usually Saturdays I do commissions, and I was just gonna put all day into it, see if I can get all the lines and colors finally finished. well, up to base the first layer of color to send it in for, you know, approval. But I am a little stumped on it at the moment. I'm actually looking at it right now, and it's just sitting there. I just keep looking at it. I don't know what it is. No. It looks good. I'm a little afraid of it. It's I don't know, sometimes it happens with bigger commissions that I will stare at them with a little bit of fear. Just because they're big. You know, it's such a big... There's so many elements that I keep second guessing myself as... Are all the elements ready for the next step? So I will just keep staring at little bits of it, thinking to myself, okay, is that part done? Okay, is that part done? Okay, is that part done? Right? Like, I'll stare... Like, there's 5 people, right? I will stare at one eye on one of the characters and stare at that one eye, wondering if it's done. And then I'll move to the next eye. And then I'll move to the nose, right? It happens sometimes. It's just a thing I need to get over to and just keep going. Oh, did you send me this thing? In another world with my gun. That is a pretty funny that is a pretty funny plot to an isekai, because I've seen isekai of fucking everything. In another world with my cell phone. In another world with this. In another world with that. In another world, but with a gun. That's pretty funny. But, when I mean culture inclusion, that's not what I mean. Oh yeah, no. When I say what I mean is more not including a character's culture as a part of the story, but having a character that is visually different adds the subtext of culture. It's just a little bit, but it does enrich the whole image of the story, you know. If every character looks the same at a first glance, it's not as interesting as it could be if they all looked a little, you know, a little this, a little that. Even if they're all white, right? You can have characters that are strikingly visually different, and it just makes it a little bit more interesting to look at, and I like that. Like in My Hero Academia, all the characters are Japanese, or at least I think they are, but they all look so strikingly different, or well, most of them look so strikingly different one from one another that is interesting to look at. Exactly, yeah. Help, Rachel. I can't tell the brothers apart. Can't see their faces. You can see their eyebrows though, that should help. You know what? Let's go in and try to ink this thing a little bit. I've stared at it long enough. Just for a little bit, maybe like a half hour. And then I'll call it, because I should not ask too much of my hand right now. Hey, thank you for the follow. Hello, welcome. What's up, Cannon? Happy New Year. Hey, Happy New Year, my guy. That's one of the characters there. So not just afterthought, like they did in AOT. Just want to spread some love. Hope you're well. I am well. I'm doing pretty okay. Hey, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, Ark, for the new friend. Thank you. Welcome. Get comfortable. And watch me struggle. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still a little insecure here of the sketch. I don't know why. Hope your holiday was awesome. It was alright, you know, it was alright. I'm not a big party guy, so it was pretty relaxed. It was pretty chill. What are my experiences with the Webtoon platform, good or bad? Mediocre, honestly. You know, they make a lot of public missteps. The platform is alright. I do appreciate everything it's done for me. Don't get me wrong. And community-wise, it's pretty nice, pretty good. I just don't feel like they manage certain things very well. I can give you an example. The page I go to in their website to track my AdSense and how much money I've made every month has not worked for 2 months. Yeah, it just straight up has not worked. It's not even been offline, it's just blank. In the same sense, in the same breath, they don't pay particularly well, and their guidelines are enforced a little weird. I want to say unevenly, because I've had very good friends of mine have their episodes taken down without saying why, and no matter what they do, they can't seem to get them back up. It's always because of violation of community guidelines, but they never specify what it is. So they'll change things and redraw things, and you know, in the end, the panels that they are getting censored for are not even that bad, you know, are not even that gory or anything. Or the language that they used wasn't even that awful. Like, there's worse things, and they'll do everything that the community guidelines say to do. They will mark episodes as, you know, rated R. They will put disclaimers at the beginning of episodes, and they will still get the episodes taken down. You know, it's hard to say why it happens sometimes, you know. I'm very glad it hasn't happened to me, but I wish it wasn't happening to other people. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, 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 Fern. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the chat. Hello. Man, I was gonna say something. I forgot. I was talking about the censorship. Oh yeah, I've had some really gory panels. Now, granted, it's never actually people, but I've shown full intestines on panels, full color and everything, and I've never had a problem with censorship like that. Threw you off your groove. Hey, no, it's all right. It's all good. I appreciate it. I appreciate the follow more than my train of thought. I'm gonna need to pull up reference so that I don't make a mistake while drawing this guy. I just hope, I was talking about this much earlier, I just hope there is no, I use a reference app, and sometimes I put some risky images in there. So please, Twitch, don't be mad. I'll delete them, I promise. There we go. Straight where I needed them. Okay. Immediately. My device are too thick. Does not let it look as menacing as it could be. Fern played Tenebrae during the campaign, and Nubeluxen played Tristan. Hey! It's like, blah, 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 excuse me, I was excited to see that you brought the pieces up. Want to let them see your progress. Hey, thank you! Here, I have all the references for a lot of commissions here, actually. And yeah. Again, thank you guys for commissioning. I really do appreciate it. See, this is what I mean. Now that I'm looking at them, there is, you know, it not looking quite the same kind of bugs me a little bit. So let me go ahead and see if I can get them a little closer. Super cool to me. Hey, thank you. It's very it was a very interesting twist of irony at the beginning of the campaign. Tristan started without a head. his helmet was enchanted and added to his armor suit later on. Remember, he started with a hit, but it got cut off and disenchanted by a vorpal sword, and at the very end... Yeah, I kind of wanted to ask how you all ended up as... Well, not all of you, but 3 out of 5, that is, you know, that is a heavy number of people to be turned, all of you, into, you know, reanimated suits of armor. Like, it goes beyond trend. At that point, it's a concern. Tristan and Tenebrae were made by the same villain. Tristan's personal mission was to find all his brothers and turn them good. Aw. He was looking for the Jester Man and recruited him. The other guy, that was coincidence. I don't know. I don't know if I believe that was a coincidence. What she said. Love your art style. Do a great job with character design and awesome night style helmets. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I draw a lot of helmets. If I was bad at it, I'd be very I'd be in trouble. I do try my best. I do try my best. Glad you guys like them. I really do. Yeah. I think it's probably my favorite part of doing commissions is that I get to experiment a lot with character design, because nobody, very few people ask for the same thing. Sometimes people come to me with very detailed descriptions with pictures of what they want. Sometimes they don't, but either way, I do end up doing a lot of design work, and I really do enjoy it. Hey! Thank you for the gifted. I appreciate it. Ready for the snowstorm this weekend? It was supposed to be here already. Thank you so much, Nebulux. I appreciate it. Really do appreciate it. Hold on, speaking of snow. No, it never came by. Let me go ahead and I mean, shoot, while I have you guys here, I wanted to ask, do you have anything in particular you want me to do with the font for the party name? I will spam these in other chats. Nice, hell yeah. Hey, my guy. Thank you. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Oh. Same thing that's up to art. So you handle all the... You know which one you should spam if you have it, because I don't know how this stuff works anymore. Is this one? I love that one. I'd just say some cool looking. Okay. I can manage that. Probably. Some more memes like this Rage. I'm sorry to tell you, but Rage ain't got no Riz. Lies. How dare you call me a liar? Giga chat rage. It's just rage with sharp cheekbones. Come into my chat and call me a liar. God damn. God, why am I so nervous inking this thing? Is it because I'm being observed? Is it because I'm being watched? No, it can't be. Can't be. I should be used to this. I should be used to this. We're cheering on you. Thank you. Haven't given it I can't speak. I'm sorry. It's been a while. I haven't given too much thought to how the font should be. Maybe something thick. Some that will go with the background color. I think I can figure some stuff out. I can try and sketch it to see if you guys like it later. I was very careful with how I go about certain fonts, especially when it's like this, because you know, calligraphy. I don't know how much certain people care about calligraphy. And with, you know, with some like Japanese or Chinese, it's a whole topic. Some people can get very particular about their well, calligraphy. So, I just like to ask. Chinese is so complex to me. The alphabet has 26 letters. Chinese alphabet has hundreds. Yeah, because it's a different system. I don't know what it's called, but because it's a system of symbols. Not. I mean, they're all symbols, but you know, is it pictogram? Is that what I'm trying to say? But also, you know, calligraphy for it, especially for these two, is its own whole art form. So, you know, my brother learned Japanese, and he was like very much taught the proper way of writing a character, like which direction you should be doing each line, and it's seeing this in progress before my eyes is grand and thrilling. Hey, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It gives it perspective, you know, because I definitely don't perceive it like that because I'm the one doing it. So knowing that people do, it's nice. It's very nice. Can't see it, but I'm swinging my hand wildly between lines, trying to figure out which line should be next. I think I am. Man, I can't think about words today. I think I'm impatient. I think that's my problem right now. My hand wants to go faster than my brain can process. Hey, come on, stop that, stop it. Ever thought of doing VTubing? Oh, okay, wait, because you mean you mean because of this little guy? A rage master. I thought about it, but honestly, this I used to just use camera, and then I realized that because I was in front of the camera, I was always worrying about the way that the picture through the camera looked, almost more than what the rest of the stream looked like. So in the days that I felt like my hair was a mess, or I didn't want to clean that particular day, or I didn't want, or something, you know, what's on the background that I didn't want on the background, it stopped me from streaming a lot. So this little guy is just a way of helping me not worry about it, so I stream more. And I don't know if I'm willing to go past this. Like, I like this little guy, like just the two pictures. I don't know how much. Okay, I guess I'll just answer your question. I don't know. There you go. I also have this one. I love this one. Look at him. Man, he's so small. They're expensive. Yeah, I guess it goes back to that thing I was talking about. I don't like learning new programs, because I would not I would obviously make my own. Like, who am I if I don't make my own animated avatar, right? But do I want to learn how to do it? Because it's complicated. I've seen how people do it, and it's complicated. Also, you stream Arc? It can apply to animation, right? It could, but I am not an animator. I don't think I have an interest in it. I mean, I'm interested in animation as a thing that would be fun to do, but not as a thing I want to dedicate myself to. So does Net, what do you guys stream? More often than you do. What do you guys stream? I mean, I'm not on Twitch as much as I used to anymore, but I always like, you know, every now and then I'll hop on. Video games mostly. Whole VTubing rabbit hole. I stream irregularly when the fans is right. I also do gaming, sometimes art, but not near your level, are you sure? Hey, what is level in this area of work is subjective. Followed and followed. Now you will have to contend with my shenanigans at a later time. And I assure you, shenanigans will ensue. I am quite the chaotic viewer. I believe a hand is bigger than the other. This must be corrected. Oh, I just remembered. I never actually made anything of my official official little mod guy. I have an inside joke with some people in this platform where here let me present you guys to my mod in chat here. I would like you guys to meet my mod. Powerfish. He speaks for me. He takes care of business. I wanted to make a little Powerfish mascot and paste them somewhere in the screen, but I keep forgetting. He's just a fish. No, it would be a terrible mistake to think he's just a fish. He's so much more. More powerful than you could ever imagine. No. Oh. God damn it. It gave me a bunch of recommendations for textiles. I'll send them to you at a more leisurely manner once we're out. Alrighty. No problem. You have Discord, correct? Yes, I do. I even have a small little server. There is an invite below if you're interested. It is my little corner of shenanigans, but some might call it chaos. I don't. Some do. Oh, new person. I see you. I see you over there. You could call it chaos. I don't. Oh, we'll see about that. How do I want to go about this? Joined. I see it. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the Discord. One day I'll tell people on Webtoon about it. I don't know why I haven't really. What's up, Jay? How you doing, my dude? Doing gaming and lurking. How are you? I'm alright. You know, I'm okay. Just came back from a month-long break, and feeling quite recharged, quite refreshed. Like that. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I did not think I would even see 3 people here today. I am very happy to see so many peeps stopping by to say hello. we love you. I love you too. Thank you. Also, I legit was able to catch for the first time in years. The Dragon Glaive. This magic weapon was custom made for Tristan by the dwarves of Ifshul. Fire in this culture was magically and religiously significant, so I made sure to request a fire enchantment. Toward the end of the campaign, Tristan sacrificed his glaive to the Queen of the Fae to obtain the Staff of Magnus, the last MacGuffin they needed for plot. So sadly, he wasn't able to use it during the final fight, but it was significant enough magic item that the Fire Queen accepted it as sufficient exchange. Also, this is so this is the weapon, huh? Shit. Okay. I see. I'll be extra careful then. It's just been a little bit since I designed such a complex piece of weaponry. That's why I'm going back and forth with it. I have a sort of an idea in mind, but it's hard to put into onto the piece without, you know, without some practice beforehand. But you know, who has time to practice? Particularly love the fire coming out of it. Thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad it's delivering. Because I do want it to be good. I want it to look the part. Of a sort of dwarven made weapon. honestly, what's probably gonna be the hardest challenge is the violin. There's something about making a complex piece of geometry that everyone is to a degree familiar with look the way it's supposed to be. You know? That one is gonna be a bit of a challenge. Luckily though, it's not my first time drawing a violin. And last time I did it, I had to paint it like an actual painting.
Previously on I Love Brandon.
Probably be adding some extra little things here and there. But for right now, I should move on. It is 5 people I'm trying to get done here. Not just the one. So... Oh, gotta crack the knuckles. You know what? I'm gonna take a small break. I will go to the bathroom and I will be right back. See you guys in a little bit. I've returned with water. Oh. All right. It's definitely taking shape. I like it. Oh. Alright. I think I'm gonna leave it here for today because I am also a little afraid of overdoing it. I wanna be back tomorrow. I wanna get just as much work done tomorrow. But I can't do that if I work till my forearm cramps. So yeah, I think that's good. So tomorrow, the plan. I'm gonna do the color on those 2 strips that I did earlier, and then I'll just come back to work on this. Then I'll just work on this Saturday. Hopefully I can get all the line work done and the base colors done. Got a lot I want to do this month. Thanks for dipping into this one. Hey, don't thank me. You know, I gotta and I wanna and I really want to get it done. So it is my pleasure, my joy and pleasure to work on it. Glad you could be here to see it. It's always nice. Yeah. You know what? It's been a while since I've been here, so a little bit of a plug time for those who don't know me very well or don't know what I do or what I've been doing. I have a Webtoon. I'm also on pretty much every other social media. I have a YouTube channel that I'm trying to work on again. I typically, and I'm starting back again. I took a break, like I said before, but I'm starting back up, and I typically stream Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays around this time for different periods of time, here and there, sometimes shorter, sometimes more. I am working on a board game, so if you're interested in what that looks like, if you want to see what it, you know, sneak peeks at what it's like making a board game from scratch as a visual artist, because that means that I basically just illustrate things and then I come up with mechanics for them. You can see all that stuff on my Patreon, but if you just want to look at other stuff for free, I have my Instagram, which is where I post the most, and everything else too, you know, Twitter, because I'm not calling it X. Yeah, so I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you all so much for hanging out and keeping me company while I work. I really do appreciate it. Nobody calls it X, and I hope no one ever does, because it makes my face twitch every time. So yeah, have a good rest of your night, everybody. Again, thank you all so much. Really do appreciate it every single time. This was a nice stream. It was a good 6 hours of just all kinds of shit talking and a lot of drawing. So, you know, it was good. You as well. Yeah. Twitch makes your face too. Yeah. Alrighty. Good night. I'll catch up with you guys later. Goodbye. I'll be back tomorrow. And if I'm not, kick me. Alrighty. Good night. Bye.